1 for the rest of everybody else. You guys are going to be called down in like 30 seconds, so be ready to go. But for right now, we're just going to take just the 3, Jeff Whitworth, Craig Johnson, and Mal Patterson, please. Yes, if you didn't hear the call, we're looking for the non-electronics semifinal. Jeff Whitworth, Mal Patterson, Craig Johnson. You guys can come on down. Head right to the front of the staging lanes, please. Head right on up to the front. You can do your tires and figure everything out up there. So Craig Johnson, Mal Patterson, Jeff Whitworth, right up to the front of the staging lanes, please. Okay, I'm going to make the call now. Non-electronics qualifier number 1. So everybody in non-electronics for Sunday qualifier number 1, you can head on down to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're still looking for Jeff and Craig Johnson. Jeff Whitworth, Craig Johnson. You guys can head straight to the front of the staging lanes where Mal is. And everybody else in non-electronics for qualifier number 1 here on Sunday of Doorwarz 14, presented by Big Steel Box. You can head on down to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Craig Johnson, if you can hear me, go right to the front. First pair up down the track, going to be Craig Johnson here in the left lane in the wagon, taking on Mal Patterson over there in the Acadian. Craig Johnson dialed in with a 6:58, Mal Patterson with a 6:57. Both of these guys are ready to go. Mal Patterson trip zip with an 8 on the tree. Craig Johnson was 0-12, but Craig Johnson forcing the breakout, getting the win, going 6:59 on the 6:58. Mal Patterson breaking out, going 6:56 with a 3 on the 6:57. So Craig Johnson going to move on into the final round of non-electronics. What a drag race that was, folks. Bringing up Jeff Wetworth here in the 84 S10 pickup, dialed in with a 598. Getting the comp single here, Lorenz Schwartz, unfortunately not able to make it today. We are wishing him the best. It's Jeff Wetworth going 032 on the tree, 598 on the 598. Looks like he's dialed in and ready to go. That's going to move us into Q1 of our non-electronics for Sunday here at Doorwarz, presented by Big Steel Box. Brandon Piskacek in the left lane, going against Ben Myers-Green over there in the right lane. Brandon in the 1990 Mustang, Ben in the 1983 Mustang. So some subtle differences between the two. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for our electronics semi-final. Electronics semi-final to the staging lanes, please. That would be Jeremy Soares, Lincoln Rutherford, and Craig Johnson. So Jeremy Soares, Lincoln Rutherford, Craig Johnson, we need you to the staging lanes, please, for the electronics semi-final. Electronics Q1 of today. We are going to keep you on a standby. We're going to be calling you shortly here, but for right now, we just need our semi-final from last night, which is Lincoln Rutherford, Jeremy Soares, and Craig Johnson. Please come on down to the lanes. Thank you. So Nick Barnhart, Eric Hansen, Nick in the Mustang, Eric in the Dodge going down the track there. Bringing up another Mustang and Dodge pairing. We got some interesting pairings here this morning, one after another, kind of the same. Sylvia Hoogston's in the 66 Mustang, taking on Jessica Armstrong in the Dodge Dart over there in the right lane. Sorry, I had to cough there. Sylvia Hoogston's 754, 075 on the tree. Jessica Armstrong, 849, 076 on the tree. To bring us our next pair here, Jim Stahl in the 2000 Mustang out of Tulalip, Washington, and Josh Klosky over there in the 90 Blazer. Jeff Nyland here in the S10 pickup against Rebecca Powell in the S10 Blazer. So some S10 on S10 hate crime here. Jeff with the box version of the S10. Rebecca in, we'll call it the wagon version of the S10. Rebecca Powell going 668, Jeff Nyland 675. Bringing up Darren Martin here in the 2005 Sierra. I do love this truck. I think I've mentioned it multiple times on here. Darren, if you ever listen to this and you want to sell that thing, let me know. Or if anybody has a really clean quad cab, short box, two-wheel drive, NBS Chevy pickup, shoot us a message in the chat. I might be interested in buying it. So Darren Martin in the left lane here, Veronica Hodgson over there in the right lane in the 69 Dodge Dart. Okay, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for electronics. Qualifier number 1, electronics Q1. You can head on down to the staging lanes, please. So electronics Q number 1, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to put triple index on a standby. So Andy Klosky, Dan Piskacek. Andy Klosky was 002 red. Dan 125 to the green. Dan going 956. Andy Klosky was a 616. Bringing up Kevin McCauley and Steve Baskerville in the G body. All G body pairing here. Kevin McCauley in the Cutlass in the left lane and Steve Baskerville in the Malibu over there in the right lane. Steve Baskerville going to get the best of Kevin McCauley there. I mean, this is just qualifying time trials, so it doesn't really matter, but Steve Baskerville going 720. 043 on the tree. Kevin McCauley was 045, 745. Matt Warner in the 66 Mercury. Rob Hodgson in the 67 Belvedere. Both these cars like to hang the wheels. Matt's for sure loves to just hang the front wheels out there. So Matt Warner going 654, 022. Rob Hodgson 670 was 004 to the red. Bringing up Dustin Hunter in the Falcon Fast 64 Falcon. Been a couple of years since we had Dustin here at the track. It's nice to see him back. And John Taback, the much better announcer than me, over there in the 89 S10 pickup. So Dustin Hunter, 003 to the red. John Tabac, 016 to the red. Hunter going 576. John Tabac, 655. Bringing up Gordon Baxter in the left lane here. Mal Patterson back up over there in the right lane in the 68 Acadian. So electronics, we've made the call for you. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. You should be heading down. I see a bunch of you coming down right now for qualifier number 1. Triple index, you are on standby. I'm also going to go ahead and put Real Street, Top Comp, and Door Slammers all on standby. Yes, Triple Index, Real Street, Top Comp, Door Slammers, you are on standby. Actually, Triple Index, we can make the call for you. Triple Index Final, the two of you can head on down into lanes 5 and 6, please. Triple Index Final, lanes 5 and 6. Real Street, Monroe family, Real Street, you're on standby. Triple Index, we've called you down for your final round. Lanes 5 and 6, please. So we're moving back into eliminations now. We've got our electronics semi-final. CJ Bracket Racer back up here in the wagon. Dialed in with a 658. Lincoln Rutherford over there in the Buckshire 71 Ford. Dialed in with a 604. CJ Bracket Racer moving on into 2 final rounds today. Craig Johnson going 658 with a 3 on the 658, was 020 on the tree. Lincoln Rutherford had the slightest advantage off the tree, 019 with a 4, but going 606 on the 604. So Craig Johnson moving into the final round where he'll face off against Jeremy Soares in the dragster out of Terrace, BC. Jeremy Soares with a 464 up on the board there. So Jeremy Soares was 001 on the tree, 464 with a 6 on the 464. So he's ready to roll into that final round against Craig Johnson. It's going to bring up Jason Gibson and G. Van Brar First pair in our qualifier number 1 of electronics here for Sunday. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Jan Christensen. Triple index final. Oh, he's up there. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry, I was looking at the back there. I see you now. Don't forgive me. Forgive my sins. I'm a terrible person. So attention in the pits. Jan Christensen, you're an awesome person. You're here in the lanes. We like you. Tyler Smith sitting at the back of the staging lanes. Tyler Smith. Tardy Tyler. We're going to call you Tardy Tyler. Your partner is already up at the front of the lanes there. You see that lime green thing? You can head on up there in lanes 5 and 6, brother. Okay, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Monroe Family Real Street. Monroe Family Real Street. You can head on down to the staging lanes, please. Monroe Family Real Street. You can head on down to lanes 5 and 6. There is 3 of you left. And we're going to put Top Comp on a standby. Well, Top Comp, you're already on standby. Door Slammers, you guys are on standby too, so be ready to come on down shortly. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, we're gonna make a call for you to lanes 5 and 6. Top comp, you can come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Door slammer, you should be ready to roll. We're gonna be calling you very shortly here. So top comp, lanes 5 and 6, please. So we're moving into our triple index final. We got Jan Christensen here in the left lane in the 67 Nova. On the 550 index, Tardy Tyler over there in the right lane with the 750 index. So Tyler getting in deep right away. Gonna try and cut a light here on the Pro 400 tree. Jan probably gonna take his time here now that Tyler's moved on in there real fast, make him wait a little bit. So as I said, this is a Pro 400 tree. So Pro 400, a little bit tough in a foot brake car or even a slower trans brake car to cut a really good lights. That's why these guys are going in deep here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, Canada West door slammer. We're gonna make the call for you. Canada West door slammer, lanes 3 and 4, overflow into 5 and 6. So Canada West door slammer for your final qualifier. Lanes 3 and 4, 5 and 6 overflow. So we got a drag race here. Very close on the light. Jan Christensen gonna take the win. So Jan was 0.28 on the tree. Tyler Smith with the advantage was 0.24 on the tree. But Tyler Smith going 752 with the 9 on the 750. Jan Christensen was 551 with a 7 on the 550. So Tyler had the advantage off the tree. Jan Christensen coming around him at the end of the track there, taking the win light in our triple index. It's going to move us into Monroe Family Real Street semifinals. Jason Graw with a nice little bye here after he put a we'll call it a spanking on Bobby Ehlers last night. So Jason Graw, 077, 1070 on the 1075. Bring us into our other semifinal pairing, Rob Monroe Jr. in the 31 Model A, 873 up there on the board. Josh Klosky in the S10 Blazer over there with an 1150. One driver with a little bit of an advantage here and does not get the win light. So Rob Monroe Jr. was 005 on the tree. Josh Klosky 014. But Rob Monroe breaking out, going 872 with a 6 on the 873. Josh Klosky 1155 on the 1150. So Rob's going to be kicking himself at the top end of the track there. He gave that one away at the end of the track. Going a little too fast and breaking out, which handing the win over to Josh Klosky. So your final round in Real Street going to be Josh Klosky in the S10 Blazer versus Jason Graw in the Z28 Camaro. Our semifinal here in Top Comp, Lincoln Shirk in the Dragster, 484 up on the board. Mike Kenworthy over there in the 92 Firebird with a 524 up there. Mike Kenworthy ready to go this morning. 004 going 524 with a 0 on the 524. Lincoln Shirk breaking out 483 on the 484 was 011. So some fantastic racing here this morning. These guys didn't get a hit this morning, so they are dialing basically off thoughts and feelings right now, because the last pass they made was last night. Jeremy Soares still in 2 classes, so that's not true for him. He did have a hit this morning, but he's got the bye here anyways, so he's going to get another free hit here into the finals, where he'll face Mike Kenworthy. So Jeremy Soares, 564 with a 6 on the 564, was 053 on the tree. going to set up a final round in Top Comp. As I said, Jeremy Soares in the Dragster, Mike Kenworthy in the Firebird. We will have them back up here in a little bit. So we've got door slammers in the lanes there. Door slammers, we've made the call for you. Lanes 3 and 4, overflow 5 and 6. Door slammers 3 and 4, overflow 5 and 6 for your final qualifier. Looks like some of you are a little sleepy this morning. We are waiting on Canada West door slammers. Moving into our final qualifier here of Canada West Door Slammers. Sorry, that's Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers. Qualifier number 4 for these guys before we head on into eliminations later today. Poe Freeborn in the left lane in the 67 Shelby, and Shane Ledger in the right lane over there in the Nova. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronics final. Yes, non-electronics final. Jeff Whitworth, Craig Johnson, non-electronics final. We're going to call you down to the staging lane. So our non-electronics final of Jeff Whitworth and Craig Johnson will get you down to the staging lanes, please. We're going to put non-electronics on standby for their qualifier number 2. So non-E, you're on standby for Q2. And we have called down Craig Johnson and Jeff Whitworth for lanes. We'll put you in lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for our non-electronics final, please. So Poe Freeborn going 7:12. It was 0:16 on the tree. Shane Ledger with an 8:51. 154 on the tree. Going to bring up our next pair here. Paul Debris Jr. and Jay Syverson in the right lane. Paul Debris Jr. in the left lane here in the valley. Jay over there in the Dodge Durango we call Black Betty. So Paul Debris going 007 to the red. Jay rolling through with a 772 at 174 mile per hour. Paul with a 842 at 159. So currently as it stands, we've got 26 cars on the qualifying sheet, 25 of which have made it into the field. So we still have one car here that's looking to get into the field here on the final qualifying pass here on Sunday morning. Kerry Young winning the last door slammer race here at the Northwest National Open. Looks like he's ready to go. He was 010 on the tree. Mike Bedsworth, 003. Bedsworth going through 708 at 191. Kerry Young, 830 at 159. Next pair of cars up, Cam Shantz and Brian Ritchie. Cam Shantz here in the 37 Chevy. Brian Ritchie over there in the 68 Chevelle. Chance having a few issues there, getting out of it. He's just going to coast on down the track. Brian Ritchie going 785 at 171. So I do see that we've got one late addition to Canada West Door Slammers here. Jan Christensen, fresh off the triple index win. Gonna make a hit here in the last qualifier and get himself in the field, hopefully, of Canada West Door Slammers for Sunday eliminations. Darren Buick here in the left lane in the 67 Nova. Otto Schulte over there in the 2005 Cavalier. Otto featured on the shirt this year for Doorwarz. So Darren Buick going 811 at 163. Otto Schulte 755 at 179. A racer in distress here. Racer in need. Attention in the pits out there. We are in need of a electric water pump. Electric water pump for a small block Chevy. In pit 75, Jeff Nyland in pit 75 is looking for a electric water pump for a small block Chevy. So if you have one kicking around, he is in need of it. Go see him, pit 75 in the blue S10 pickup. He needs an electric water pump. Paul Stretch here in the 2002 Cavalier. Dale Phillips over there in the 67 Shelby. Big shout out to Heather Phillips getting it started yesterday. We raised $1,650 for BC Children's Hospital from all the racers and a couple of our VIP fans upstairs. Huge thanks to you guys. That is awesome. You rock. We put together a ton of money yesterday. All thanks to Heather Phillips for getting it started. And it's going straight to BC Children's Hospital with the Drift to Gift fundraiser. Hard Knocks stunt team down there, putting in a ton of hours yesterday, having some fun and raising some money. So Paul Stretch going 715, 193. Dale Phillips 746 at 181. Brings up Brad Powell in the 67 Nova against Andy Hatton over there in the 69 Camaro known as the Grinch. Andy Hatton gonna get there first, going 824 at 161. Brad Powell 835 at 156. Bringing up Craig Fredrickson here in the left lane. Steve Lowe over there in the right lane. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronics qualifier number 2. We're gonna make the call. Non-electronics qualifier number 2. You can head on down to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Electronics, we're gonna put you on standby. We will be looking for our electronics final first, which will have Craig Johnson and Jeremy Soares. Craig Johnson in the lanes right now, so we know he's gonna be coming back. Craig Fredrickson, 033 on the tree, going through 706, 191. Steve Lowe, 788 at 173, was 024 to the red. Peter Lacanis here in the left lane in that beautiful 53 Chevy for Transporter Logistics. That's not a 53. That's a 55. My screen lied to me, and I know better than that. I do know better than that. Thank you, Ken Lowe. It is a 55 Chevy. Mike Kenworthy over there in the right lane. The 92 Firebird. Putting in work today, going top comp and door slammer. So Mike Kenworthy 001 to the red on the tree. 823 at 164. Peter Lucanis going 760 at 175. Scott Robinson, Chad Hops. Chad in the S10 pickup over there in the right lane. Scott Robinson in that 94 Beretta here in the left lane. So I have made the call for non-electronics lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your qualifier number 2. Electronics, you are on standby. Scott Robinson having a bit of an issue there, unusual issue. Normally never spins the tires, so that was a little bit weird. I wonder if there's something wrong with the car maybe. Definitely not a usual situation for Mr. Robinson. He was also trip zip red. Trip zip with an 8 red. So Chad Hops 786, 172. Scott Robinson 26 seconds. Not what he was looking for there. So he's going to be heading back to the pit to get whatever that was that just happened figured out, as they will be back up for round 1 of door slammers pretty shortly here. Henry Zacharias in the 53 Corvette. Brody Soares in the 2003 Cavalier over there in the right lane. Cancel the water pump. I've been told, people, cancel the water pump. Jeff Nyland has been saved. He's got one. So we no longer need the water pump for Mr. Jeff Nyland. We're all good. He is all good. Henry Zacharias also having some issues there. Brody Soares just trip zip with an 8. How ironic is that? 2 back-to-back trip zip with an 8 reds. So Scott Robinson trip zip with an 8 to the red. Brody Soares trip zip with an 8 to the red. Pretty ironic that you see that 2 cars in a row. Separate lanes as well. It's going to bring up our final pair here in Canada West Door Slammers. Jan Christensen in the Nova. Rod Leclerc in the 67 Camaro over there in the right lane. So Jan Christensen getting off the line there, no issues. 054 on the tree, going through 856. Getting into the field on the final qualifier there. Rod Leclerc, 681, 202 mile per hour in the left or the right lane. He is our #1 qualifier in Canada West Door Slammers. Rod Leclerc going to take that #1 spot. So we got 26 cars making the field in Canada West Door Slammer action. It's going to bring up our non-electronics final. We got Craig Johnson, CJ Bracket Racer here in the left lane, 79 Malibu wagon, dialed in with a 658. Jeff Whitworth over there, Precise Mechanical Repair out of Nanaimo in the 84 S10 pickup with a 598 up on the board. Jeff Whitworth handing the win over to Craig Johnson. Mr. Whitworth going 002 to the red. So Craig Johnson, 049 on the tree. Got a little bit lucky on that one. Jeff going red. Craig was 656 on the 658, but it did not matter. So Craig Johnson is our winner from our Saturday race of Doorwarz 14 presented by Big Steel Box. Congratulations, he is coming back around for the electronics final now, so we'll see if he can double down in no box and box for Saturday race. So yes, electronics final. I think Craig already knows, but Jeremy Soares, you can head on down to the staging lanes 5 and 6 please for our electronics final. Lanes 5 and 6 for our electronics final please. And I'm also going to make the call for electronics qualifier #2. So electronics qualifier #2, you can head on down to the staging lanes 2. And we're going to put our Real Street and Top Comp semi-final or final round on a standby. I'm just going to apologize to Mike Kenworthy and Jeremy Soares, both in the Top Comp final, both racing in multiple classes here. But you guys are on standby. Jeremy Soares, you should be coming down for your electronics final. We have made the call for electronics for the rest of you to come on down for qualifier #2, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We are rolling into non-electronics qualifier #2 right now. Well, we're gonna up that money that we were just talking about. Actually, it continues on. We're at $16.50, but I just got a text message. We got another $150 coming our way to Children's Hospital from Debbie and Steve Sheffer. Big thanks to you guys watching the live stream, obviously. Really appreciate it. So we are up to $1,800 in donations for Children's Hospital. Tension in the pits. We've got another racer in need. Justin Collin is looking for a strange style spindle mount wheel, a front strange style spindle mount wheel, ideally with a 26 tire on it. Looking to buy / borrow or rent for a couple hours today. I believe he's in pit number 25, 26 there, red Fox body Mustang. If you've got a set of strange spindle mount style front wheels, go see him, see what you guys can figure out. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Craig Johnson, we need you down here for your electronics final. I know you're probably busy celebrating the non-electronics final win there, but you got an electronics final to run now. So Craig Johnson, if you can make your way down for the electronics final, please. Go into lanes 5 and 6. You will see Mr. Jeremy Soares there waiting for you. And we have called electronics, rest of you in electronics, for your final qualifier this morning. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we're going to put Real Street and Top Comp on standby. I mean, I think I already did, but you guys are on standby right now. Actually, we're just going to make the call for Real Street. Real Street final 5 and 6. Yes, Real Street final round. You can come on down to 5 and 6. Top Comp, we're going to leave you on a standby as one of you, Jeremy Soares, is in the lanes right now. So once he makes his run here, we will give him a few seconds, and then we'll be calling down the Top Comp final. So we're going to be rolling into our electronics final round here. Tractor is coming off the track. Fire him up, put him in the beams. Let's go. Craig Johnson, Jeremy Soares. Craig Johnson looking to go double down here. We'll call it the double-double. No relation to Tim Hortons. Craig Johnson, our winner in non-electronics. Now looking to take the win here in electronics. Foot breaking his way to two final rounds. See if he can foot break his way to 2 wins. Austin Christopher down there, wearing sunglasses when it's not sunny. Probably had a late night. So Jeremy Soares doing the burnout. Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson with the 658 up there on the board, sticking to that number all morning here. Jeremy Soares with a 464, sticking to the same number as well. This should be a fantastic race. Both these guys usually pretty dead on the tree. Craig Johnson bumping his way into the beams. Fairly close off the line. Jeremy Soares gonna get the win. Says Craig, no sir, you are not gonna double down today. Craig Johnson was 0.33, Jeremy Soares was 0.23, so better on the tree. Jeremy Soares was 464 with a 3 on the 464. Craig Johnson breaking out, going 656 on the 658. So Jeremy Soares taking the win in electronics. Now he's going to try to do what Craig couldn't do there, which is he's going to try and come back around in top comp and win top comp. So Jeremy Soares taking the win in electronics, going to be back up here for the top comp final shortly. He's going to try and take the win in top comp. Double down, 2 classes. So that moves us into Q2 here of electronics. Lincoln Rutherford, Kevin McNichol, first pair down the track. 6:05 for Lincoln Rutherford, 6:24 for Mr. McNichol. White dragster in the right lane. Dan was 008 on the tree, 451 at 151 mile per hour. Colton Morin going 484, was 017 to the red. He's gonna have to lay off those energy drinks. James Rutherford here in the left lane in the 49 Ford. Jason Gibson over there in the 91 Mustang. 52 years between these two vehicles. James Rutherford with a 5:02, 137 mile per hour. Jason Gibson with a 613 was 002 on the tree, but to the red. Bringing up Emma Debris Coos in the dragster. Brad Vingy over there in the 68 Camaro. Emma going 536, 126. Brad Vingy 681 at 116. Mark Muscant in the 77 Monza with the absolutely super cool nitro pinball wrap on the car. Very cool looking wrap on it. If you have a second, go check it out in the pits. It's pretty neat. A lot of detail, a lot of cool things going on there. Got Matt Marshall in the pink Nova over there in the right lane. So Matt Marshall going 538. Mark Muscant 648. Bringing up Mike Bucky Stewart in the Super Chicklet here in the left lane. And Jim Banky over there in the CUDA. So Bucky going 639, Jim Banky 640. We got Jeff Alder here in the left lane out of Shawnigan Lake in the 27 Ford. Gord Hidber in the 63 Chevy 2 out of Prince Rupert. So I don't know if this got announced yesterday or not, but we kind of rained out on Friday, so we weren't able to do it then. But I'll say it again. Hey, happy belated birthday to Chelsea Clayton. I heard she turned 21 on Friday, 22. Chelsea Clayton, happy belated birthday from her dad, Ted Buss, and her fiance, Jeff. Aaron Young in the dragster here in the left lane. Brad Powell over there in the dragster as well. Aaron Young bumping through the beams there, having a little bit of an issue, but it's just time trials, so it does not matter. Going 615 at 137. Brad Powell 461 at 149. It'll bring up our next pair. G. Van Brar in the left lane in the dragster. Shaylin Svetic over there in the front engine dragster. So Shaylin having a few issues yesterday with that thing. Trying to get the throttle enhancer figured out. Looks like she did. She made a test hit last night. It seemed to go all good and seems to be working this morning. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I know you just rolled up there, Jeremy Soares, but we're going to make a call for the top comp final. Yes, we're going to make a call for the top comp final. So Jeremy Soares, Mike Kenworthy, you can make your way down to the staging lanes for the top comp final. Yes, we're making the call for our top comp final round. Door Slammer, you guys are on standby. Canada West Door Slammer, you guys are on standby. For your first round of eliminations, Rod Leclerc, you are the #1 qualifier. So Shaylin getting her figured out, 561. G. Van Brar, 499. Kristen Baxter here in the left lane. John DeBack over there in the right lane. Kristen Baxter going 643. John DeBack with a 656. Bringing up Dustin Hunter in the Falcon Fast, 64 Ford Falcon. And Greg Dowdy over there in the dragster of Rad Torque Systems. So Mr. Rod Leclerc, when we call you down, you can go into lane number 2. Rest of the Door Slammers, you'll be in 3, 4, 5, and 6. Dustin Hunter, 574. Greg Dowdy, 508 at a 133. Bringing up Brody Soares and Derek Shirk. Brody Soares in the 2003 Cavalier. Derek Shirk over there in the dragster. Hey, Jeremy, I know you want to watch your brother, but we need you down here for Top Comp. Don't act like you can't hear me. So that's going to move us into our Real Street final. Jeremy Soares, Top Comp final. We need you. I see you standing there. Go get your car. So our Real Street final. Josh Klosky here in the left lane in the S10 Blazer against Jason. I'm Bobby Ayler's daddy over there in the 79 Z28 Camaro. Josh Klosky with the 1150. Jason Graw with the 1075. And Josh Klosky probably not going to mess this one up. So Josh Klosky taking the win in Real Street was 029 on the tree, 1161 on the 1150. Jason Graw was 1067 on the 1075. Breaking out, he was 603 on the tree. So if Josh would have messed that up, I probably would have never let him live it down. So we've made the call for our Top Comp final. Jeremy Soares, Mike Kenworthy, we need you down to the lanes, please. Door Slammer, you guys are on standby. We're going to be calling you very shortly here. Jeremy Soares, you can head straight up to the front of the staging lanes. With that, I'm going to make the call. Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Rod Leclerc, number 1 qualifier. You can go straight into lane number 2 for your potential bye. So Canada West Door Slammers, head on down to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 for first round of eliminations. Rod Leclerc, you can head on over to lane 2. Jeremy Soares, we need you down to the staging lanes. You can head straight up to the front where Mr. Kenworthy is waiting for you for our top comp final. So attention in the pits, Pro Modified and Top Fuel Harley. We're going to put you guys on standby. Yes, Pro Modified and Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on a standby. Top Fuel Harley will be moving into first round of eliminations. Pro Mod will be in their semifinals. You guys are on standby. Canada West Door Slammers, we have made the call for you to the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or sorry, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Larry Pfister down there. And Wally DeParrin looking like they went to the same stylist. Both with the hood up look today. It's a good look. I like it, sporting it.
Larry Pfister here. I have very few of my 2026 calendars with me, and I'm going to give one away with the old-fashioned nostalgia question. First person to the tower who can tell us who was the first driver of a door car to go over 220 miles an hour, what was the name of the car, and where did it happen? Again, the first door car over 220 miles an hour, who was the driver, where did it happen, what was the name of the car? There's a calendar here waiting for you.
Well, thank you, Larry. He's going to get the calendar right now, so I'll reiterate that. He is giving away one of his calendars. If you are the first person to come to the second floor of the timing tower and tell us who was the first door car to go over 220 miles per hour, who was the driver, what was the name of the car, and where did he do it? If you can come answer that, you got yourself a Larry Pfister calendar. So this is your top comp final. Mike Kenworthy in the left lane, 523 up there on the board. Jeremy Soares over there in the right lane, 464. Jeremy Soares trying to do the double down today, going for the win in electronics. See if he can take the win in top comp too. Craig Johnson was trying to take the win in non-electronics and electronics, and Jeremy Soares said no. Well, we got a winner. Larry, if you hear me, we got a winner here in the second floor of the tower. Technically, John Tabak came up and said it to me first, but I said, you can't win that. That's not okay. But we do have a winner. Josh Klosky was correct. Did get some insider trading info, though. Trump was up late last night tweeting. Josh Klosky was paying attention. So Mike Kenworthy doing the work for Jeremy Soares, going double 03 red. Jeremy Soares going to take the win in top comp here at Doorwarz, presented by Big Steel Box. Doubling down, taking the win in electronics and top comp. Congratulations, Jeremy Soares.
So I know he won $2,000 in box, plus another $7,500 in top comp.
Next nostalgia question later.
So Larry Pfister just brought us another calendar to give away. So I do believe we've got the questions settled, but we're going to hold off for just a minute. So Jeremy Soares pocketing $9,500 so far this weekend here at Doorwarz 14. So Jeremy Soares having a fantastic season so far. Has been on the money. And that 01 Cameron Dragster. So in the top comp final, Mike Kenworthy turning it red by just 0.03 of a second. He runs it out and goes 5:26 on the 5:23. Jeremy Soares was very solid with an 0.19 reaction time. And then 4:65 with a 1 on the 4:64 dial. Round one of Canada West Door Slammers coming at us.
So a quick little announcement while we got some quiet here. If you have licensing paperwork that is complete, I'm going to preface that. If you have complete your licensing this weekend and you have licensing paperwork that is completely filled out and you would like for us to mail it for you, we're willing to do such a thing, as we are already mailing some for other people. So if you've got complete licensing paperwork filled out, done, everything ready to go, all your time slips, everything you need, bring it up to the second floor of the timing tower and we will mail it for you so you don't have to worry about it.
So I'll give Kevin Ness a well-deserved break, cover the microphone duties for a little while. So just to be super clear, the complete answer to the first trivia question was, where was the first 220-mile-an-hour door car run? Who was it? In what? And where did they do it? It was Glen May in the Cranberry Connection, and that took place in Ashcroft. So safety out there giving the track a little rub. Got our Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers in the lanes, ready to go for round number 1. Well, and while it's quiet, let's give away another one of Larry's calendars. So these are 2026 Power Stand calendar, and they are absolutely fantastic. And they commemorate the Pfister Photo Tour of 2025, celebrating 50 years. So who won Top Alcohol Dragster at the first ever National Open here at Mission Raceway Park? So we'll repeat that question. Who won Top Alcohol Dragster at the first ever National Open here at Mission Raceway Park? First one up to the tower with the correct answer gets a calendar. Clearly, the decision that I very much disagree with has been made, that staff is not allowed to win. Apparently, photographers aren't allowed to win either. I see a young person running towards the tower with a big smile. So the young man that came up to the tower, unfortunately for him, had an incorrect answer. So we still have this calendar to give away. So I'm going to give a little hint. The driver in question is currently a top fuel driver in IHRA. So received another incorrect answer on my phone. Not that it would have counted, because it was from someone not on the property. Part of the rules, you got to come on up to the tower. I've got Mr. Rutherford with me, and his guess is no. No. So keep them coming. So this was a good question, Larry Pfister. The other one drew multiple correct answers almost immediately. This one has drawn 3 incorrect answers so far. So we'll repeat the question one more time. Who won Top Alcohol Dragster at the first ever NHRA National Open here at Mission Raceway Park? Mike Bedsworth Jr. gave the correct answer, which is Bernie Plord. So did the hint help?
No, Dad helped.
All right. So Junior gives all the credit to the old man. Mike Bedsworth was actually the guy who came up with the correct answer. So congrats to the Bedsworths. So round one at Canada West Door Slammers coming up. Following that will be round two of Pro Mod. And right behind them will be round one of Top Fuel Harley Davidson. So if that has not already been done, I'm going to put those two classes on standby. You guys should be ready to go. Once again, we want to thank Big Steel Box for being the title sponsor of Doorwarz 14 here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Hey, are you looking for extra space without the hassle? Big Steel Box makes storage simple with clean, secure, weather-resistant storage containers available for your home or business. Whether you're moving, renovating, or just need more room, they'll deliver a storage container right to your location, and when you're done, they'll pick it up. With flexible rental options and convenient service, Big Steel Box takes the stress out of storage. With locations across Canada, there's a Big Steel Box near you. Find them at bigsteelbox.com. And here we go. First pair, Canada West Door Slammers, round number one. It's Kerry Young and it's Brian Ritchie. Kerry Young in the right-hand lane for Young's Mechanical and Lordco Auto Parts. Brian Ritchie, self-sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines. Also some help from Greenlight Auto Sales. Kerry Young, dialed in at 829. Brian Ritchie, dialed in at 785. Three bulbs lit. Ritchie lights the fourth bulb. Here we go. Couple of green lights. 10th the difference between them. Brian Ritchie getting there second. Kerry Young to the stripe first by 25 thousandths, but goes under by 4 thou. Brian Ritchie puts it one above. 786 with a 0 on the 785. So Brian Ritchie coming back for round number 2. Now Scott Robinson and Jay Severston. Severston in the pickup truck. Black Betty. Right-hand side of the racetrack. Just 2/100ths of a second will be the difference at the starting line. Oh boy. Jay Severston looking pretty good. Kicks the throttle a couple of times as he approaches the finish line. His 048 light gave him a big advantage. Scott Robinson missing the tree with a 193 reaction time. So Jay Severston turns the wind light on, and he'll be coming back for round number 2. Otto Schulte, Paul DeBree Jr. Ready to go. 3 bulbs lit, waiting on Schulte. Now 4. Both drivers get away green and clean. It's Otto Schulte turning the wind light on, gets to the stripe first by 0.005 of a second to be dead on with a 9. Paul DeBree Jr. was 2 above the 843 dial. He had the starting line advantage, 015 to 023, but it was Schulte with the wind light, and it'll be Schulte coming back for round number 2. Now Jan Christensen. Got the win in triple index. Here he is taking on Dale Phillips. Christensen with an 850 dial. Phillips dialed in at 746. Christensen is moving on. Phillips was red by a bunch. So just for good measure, Dale Phillips dialed 746, ran 746 with a 0. Christensen almost as tight. Or no, sorry. He was 4 above. Never mind. Two more rolling into the water. Shane Ledger, Tower Lane. Says he's going to go 851. Henry Zacharias says, oh yeah, well, I'm going to go 765. So Ledger, left side of the racetrack, TCS lane, dialed 851. Zacharias gonna wait around for about 8.5 of a second. Then let go on his 765 dial. At least that would be the plan. Zacharias is moving on Ledger. Let Go on Nothing. Left ahead of the Ambers. So gets a 400 red light. Zacharias with a time trial, so to speak, here in round number 1. Sees his win light. Says, nah, I don't need to run the car. He'll be back for round number 2. Now we've got Steve Lowe and Mike Bedsworth. And it's Bedsworth with the finish line, taking the stripe by 4 thou to be one above the 708 dial. Steve Lowe is behind on the starting line and put himself under the number by 1.5 in the effort to correct the starting line situation. Didn't work. So Bedsworth will be back for round number 2. Andy Hatton and Cam Shantz. Andy Hatton dials the Grinch at 825. Hatton's in the left lane. Cam Shantz in that 37 Chevrolet out of Prince Rupert, BC, dialed in at 712. Couple of green lights. Hatton out in front for now. Can he stay there? Well, yeah, but it cost him. Cam Shantz crosses second, puts it one above the 712 dial, 713 with a 6, and gets the win light. Andy Hatton getting there first by 61 thou, which put him under by 16 thou. No Jeremy Soares hanging out down there at the starting line. Got money just falling out of his pockets. Darren Buick and Derek Shirk. Well, no, it's not Derek Shirk. It's Peter Lacanis. Not sure how that happened. 760 with a 5 on the 760 dial for Peter Lacanis. Had a little starting line advantage. Crossed the stripe 13 thou behind Darren Buick, going under by almost exactly 2/100ths of a second. So Peter Lacanis moving on. So it should be Poe Freeborn and Chad Hops. Chad Hops nowhere to be seen, not able to make the call here for round number 1. Poe Freeborn with a freebie. Winds up 716 on the 712 prediction. So Poe will be back for round number 2. Next pair in the water now. Our top comp runner-up, Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy in the right lane, dialed 825. Going to take on Brad Powell. Powell in at 838. So 13/100ths of a second will be the handicap difference. So Powell left side, Kenworthy right side. Both cars pre-staged. Kenworthy lights the third bulb. Powell lights the fourth. Couple of green lights. Here comes the finish line, and it's Mike Kenworthy. Powell getting there first by 29 thou, but runs under by 18 thou. Powell with a 9 thousandths advantage on the starting line, but does not parlay it into a win. Kenworthy, 26 light, then dead on with a 1. Now Craig Fredrickson and Paul Stretch ready to face off. A couple of low 7-second cars. Paul Stretch in at 7:14, Craig Fredrickson in at 7:07. Side by side, here comes the finish line, and it says Paul Stretch is moving on. Taking 11 thou to get there first. 7:16 on the 7:14 dial. Craig Fredrickson had the starting line advantage, but puts it 5 above, 7:12 on the 7:07. Now number 1 qualifier, Rod Leclerc. Brody Soares over there in the right lane. Soares dials the Cavalier at 763. Rod Leclerc dials the Camaro at 670. So over 1 second will be the handicap. Attention in the pits. ProMod and Top Fuel Harley. ProMod and Top Fuel Harley. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take ProMod and Top Fuel Harley to the lanes, please. Once again, ProMods to the lanes, please. Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. Top Fuel Harleys to the lanes. This one's over on the starting line. Brody soars, turns it red by 32 thousandths of a second. Rod Leclerc was 017 up front, then comes up 673 on the 670 dial. The number one qualifier moves on to round number 2. So Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. We have made the call for Pro Mods for round 2, along with Top Fuel Harley Davidsons for round number 1. See them rolling into the staging lanes. Again, X275 and Limited Street. Standby call for you guys. So Thomas with TVC, or Total Venue Concepts, really putting those Hoosier tires to work on the back of that rotator. Trying to make the world famous surface here at Mission Raceway all it can be. Attention in the pits. X275. X275, come on down to the staging lanes. X275, this is your call to the lanes. X275, come on down. Limited Street, you're still on standby, but your call coming momentarily. Please be 100% ready to go. Again, X275, we're looking for X275 in the lanes. And we are about ready to go. Round 2 of Pro Mod coming at you. Eric Halverson and Nick Duda. Nick Duda is going to be in the right lane. Couple of Corvettes. One drastically newer than the other. And we have fire. Duda rolls into the water. As does Halverson. Halverson was our #1 qualifier. So down to 4 cars. So the burnouts are done. It's Eric Halverson in the screw-blown Hemi combination, taking on the little twin-turbo small block of Nick Duda. Halverson tries to drive through some pretty violent tire shake, ultimately forced to give up on it. Nick Duda moves on to the final round. So Duda goes 391 at just 165. Gotta think that doesn't look right. So Nick Duda lighting it up here in round number 2. He was 0-12 on the tree. And puts 391 up there on the reader board. Obviously way off the gas as he was doing just 165 miles an hour at the 8th mile finish line. So Duda advances to the final round where he's going to take on a nitrous car. We've got the other half of our semifinal round underneath the bridge ready to go. Scott Blake and Mike Gonziola. Gonziola sporting 959 cubic inches over there in the right lane, and he's got the small motor out of this pair. How does that work? Scott Blake with just under 1,000 cubic inches. Just crazy. Scott Blake was our number 2 qualifier here this weekend. Gonziola was number 3. Both cars back behind the starting line. Going to release a bunch of nitrous as they purge things down to the desired pressure. Scott Blake gets it done. 376, 182 miles an hour, drove through a bunch of tire shake. Just 5 thousandths the difference in reaction times. Scott Blake getting to the 60-foot mark, about 4/100ths of a second quicker, with a .924 60-foot number. Was sub 250 at 330 feet, 249. Then at the finish line, 376, 182. Mike Gonziola puts 379 at 198 up on the reader board. So it's going to be Scott Blake and Nick Duda in the final round. And now a test hit, Dale Peterson. The Dawson Creek runner in his 69 Camaro. Dale Peterson, a veteran, we'll call it, of this class. Also a veteran of the Pro Street class when it was at its height of popularity. Turbo guy from way back. Car wanting to make a move towards the center line. Dale forced to pedal it a little bit, but ultimately puts, I believe, his best number of the weekend up on the reader board, 398. Breaks into the threes. Nice work. And that'll do it for round 2 of Pro Mod. Again, we've got our final round set up. It's going to be Nick Duda and Scott Blake. Here we go. Top Fuel Harley Davidson. So it looks like we're going to start off with a competition single. It's Pete Waugh unable to make the call here in round number 1. So it's going to be all Nate Gagnon. Nate aboard Sonic. $196 cubic inches of Ron Howney V60 combination. So Nate, our number 2 qualifier, went as quick as 6:30 yesterday. He's made it very clear he wants to put a 20 on the board. So close. 6:32, 215 miles an hour for Nate Gagnon. Nice, strong looking lap right there. So Nate advances to round number 2. So 6 bikes on the sheet. Now we're going to see Ron Billett, the number 6 qualifier, take on Austin Christopher. Fast Lane Racing. Fast Lane Racing. I'd like to thank Radar Collision for being their feature sponsor this weekend here at Doorwarz 14. So on paper, you got to give a distinct advantage to Austin Christopher, but we don't drag race on paper. Why not? Because, well, that would just be way too predictable. So the burnouts are done. Ron Billett left side, Austin Christopher in the right lane. Billett earned his license last year. Austin Christopher getting awfully close to the wall over there in the right-hand lane. forced to roll out of the throttle. Fortunately for him, had all kinds of room. Wound up 681 at just 153 miles an hour. Was doing 414 and 208 miles an hour at the 8th mile. So Austin Christopher advances to round number 2, where he will have a bye into the final. And now what should be our third pairing, but it's going to be another competition single. So Austin Christopher will be going to the final round. Wants to thank Redline Oil, Road End Farms, Fraser Truck and Trailer Repair, Hammer Time Sheet Metal, Maximum Collision in Abbotsford, Tedco Electric, Cold Water Spirits, Bessie Marine. Of course, Radar Collision on board this weekend is their title sponsor. So Jim Schellenberg gets a competition single here in round number 1. Damian Cowden, who lit the place up last night, not able to make the call here for round number 1. Schellenberg with a freebie. Rolls right in there, lights both bulbs, and shuts the bike off. You know, I'm not 100% sure whether or not that was the plan or whether something happened. What did he say? So it was in fact a planned shut off. So Jim Schellenberg will face Nate Gagnon in round number 2 to decide who will go on to the final round to face Austin Christopher. So I think we can go ahead and make the call for Limited Street. We'll take Limited Street to the staging lanes. Limited Street, this is your call to the lanes, please. Limited Street, come on down. Limited Street, come on down. We're going to put box and no box on standby. No box and box. This is your standby call. Steve Abusini going to be making a test pass. Well, it appeared the bike had a shifting issue. So that didn't go as planned. So it looks like we've got our X275 cars for the most part sorted out, paired up, ready to go. We have made the call for Limited Street. So, as is the norm, before radial classes, we spray a whole bunch of fresh glue out there. So, it'll be a couple of moments before we see the first pair go down the track. So, building automated systems, bringing us X275. And Rocco's Diner, longtime sponsor of the limited street class. Very grateful to have them on board for 2014. And of course, Big Steel Box, the title sponsor of Doorwarz 14. Also, don't want to forget about Artex Racing, bringing us the top comp class. And of course, Rad Torque Systems, sponsoring the electronics class. Rad Torque Systems, a huge, huge supporter of drag racing. Not only here at Mission Raceway Park, not only on many, many individual cars, but way beyond that, throughout Division 6 and beyond. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Somebody owns a GMC pickup truck. It's black, it's a Denali, and it's running. Has been for some time, and people have noticed, and they brought it to our attention. So just seems kind of odd. So black GMC Denali pickup truck, license plate number WD6466. That's license plate number WD6466. Now again, we're not sure. Maybe it's supposed to be running. Just seems kind of odd. Thought we'd try and make you aware. So here comes the tractor. And he looks like he's ready to park it, which means we are ready to go. Round 2 of X275. Brought to us by Building Automated Systems. 16-car field, full field. 8 cars left for round number 2. First pair is going to feature our number 1 qualifier, Justin Gallant, taking on Bree King. And here they come. Have to order some new chairs pretty quick. This one's starting to sink. So, Justin Gallant. Right-hand lane. Tuned by Duda. Wants to thank Circle D, Precision Turbo, Up Our Products, BDL Automotive, Crown Door, Edelbrock, and JE Pistons. So in round one, Justin Gallant last night blew the tires off. I don't know if they had it tuned up and they were swinging for a home run or what happened, as all the following pairings seem to be able to get down the track. Bree King, our number 8 qualifier, got around Cade Shirk in round number 1. So Justin over there in the right lane decides to realign himself just a little bit. We are ready to go. Turbo versus turbo. Bree King was looking very good. An 030 light, then 107 to the 60 foot. Justin Gallant was 106 on the tree, then 106 to the 60 foot mark. So he was a little bit behind at that point, but back half of the track just started to drive away. 420 at 176 for Justin Gallant. Moving on to round number 3. Bree King with a game effort. Goes 440 at 156 miles an hour, but unable to get around the number 1 qualifier. Next pair now. Tyler Stamler going to take on Aiden Katnick. Tyler in the left lane, behind the wheel of Mini-Me. Mini-Me sporting some new color for 2026. Little truck's looking good. Aiden Katnick in the little Mustang over there in the right-hand lane for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Stamler, our number 2 qualifier, I believe had a competition single in round number 1. Aiden Katnick, number 7 qualifier, getting around number 10 qualifier, Eric McCarthy, in round number 1. Here they face each other in round 2. Katnick with a big wheels up lead, forced to pedal it to put the front of the car back down. Tyler Stamler drives away. 429, doing 173 miles an hour at the finish line to move on to round number 3. Next pair coming around the corner. Chris Gould and Zach Kane. Qualifiers number 3 and number 6. We had 8 pairings in round 1, and in every case, the higher qualified car advanced. And that also has been the case so far here in round number 2. Now, theoretically, it's the way it should be, I guess. A couple of Camaros. Exactly 50 years difference between the body styles. First year of the Camaro, 1967, and that's what we have in the Tower Lane. Zach Kane behind the wheel. Chris Gould with a 2017 Camaro, aka Predator, over there in the right lane. Turbo versus nitrous. And it's Chris Gould. 424 gets around 428. Just a good old drag race right there. Chris Gould won the battle on the starting line 011 to 061. Then his 424 at 176 mile an hour pass turns on the win light in the right hand lane. Zach Kane was definitely game. He was ready. 061 light, then 428 at 173. So Gould advances, where he will face Tyler Stamler in the round of 4. Now we'll decide who will take on number 1 qualifier Justin Gallant in the semifinal round. We've got Jeff Whitworth behind the wheel of Walter White, Tower side. Matt Dreyer, the 2018 Mustang, spectator side. Lanceville, BC versus Kalispell, Montana. Dreyer turns it red by 8 thousandths of a second. Jeff Whitworth moves on to the semifinal. 427 doing 170 miles an hour behind the wheel of the little Chevy Nova. So that sets up our 4-car semifinal round in X275. It's going to be Justin Gallant and Jeff Whitworth. It's going to be Tyler Stamler and Chris Gould. Number 1 qualifier Max Nielsen earned himself the bye here at 5 cars. Nice looking pass right there. How about 489? 144 miles an hour and making it look easy. Now Vanessa Richards and Josh Hendrick. Josh over there in the right lane in the complete utility Mustang. Vanessa Richards with a big long list of people to thank. Gen 3 Speed, Dad, Mom, and Trevor. Precision Concepts, Angle Plug Racing, Fletcher Green, Jim Clipperton, Crank Fabrication, and Kelowna Chevrolet. Vanessa Richards gets it done here in round 2, 5:07:135. With that, I'm going to go ahead and make the call for non-electronics. Non-electronics, this is your call to the lanes. We need non-electronics to the lanes. Electronics, you'll remain on standby. Non-electronics, this is your call.
So next pair up, Brad Thomas out of Squamish with that 1991 Mustang over here in the TCS lane, going up against James Hatfield out of Edmonton, Alberta, 2002 Chevrolet pickup truck. Brad Thomas, sponsored by True North, Turbo, Lurco, and JB Auto. Okay, the win up the top end is going to be the TCS lane. Brad goes through with a 5:06 at 142 miles an hour to James's 5:12 at $140. So it looks like we're going to be doing a couple licensing passes. Eric McCarthy out of Spokane, Washington. 87 Ford Mustang. He goes through stops timers with a 4:45 at $1:49. Another car making a licensing pass. Another Mustang. Oh, nice 005 reaction time. Goes through the 450 at 156 miles per hour. Justin Collin out of Adria, Alberta, 86 Mustang. He will be making a license and pass. So that was quite the ride for Justin there. Kind of using up both lanes, wisely getting out of it. So the Starline crew cleaning up a little bit of a mess. Hopefully it won't take too long, and we'll get back at it. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Electronics, this is your call to the lanes. Electronics, your call to the staging lanes. Standby call, door slammers. Standby call for the door slammers.
Well, we are back to action here after Justin Collin with a bit of a poop my pants moment there. Seeing what both sides of the walls look like on the track there from left to right, and managed to keep it off of them. So pretty thankful for that. We're going to move into Josh Collin here, the other Collin brother, in the 86 Mercury wagon. And then we'll be moving into first round of eliminations in our non-electronics category. So Josh Collin going 525, 134 mile per hour. Going to move us into our first pair here of non-electronics. Brennan Piskacek in the Mustang in the left lane, dialed in with a 840. Darren Martin over there in the 2005 GMC Sierra pickup with a 1079 up on the board. Darren Martin giving it away on the starting line, going 0.56 to the red. So Brennan getting the green light, going to move on into second round. Was 8.46 on the 840, 0.85 on the tree. Bring up our second pair here. Nick Barnhart in the 79 Mustang with a 697 up there. Jeff Nyland over there in the S10 with the 676 up on the board. Jeff Nyland going to get the win in the first round, going 681 on the 676. Nick Barnhart, 693, breaking out on the 697. Both left a little be desired on the tree there, but Jeff Nyland going to move into round two. It's going to bring up Dan Piskacek in the Bullet Mustang here in the left lane with a 910 up there, and Dustin Hunter in the 64 Falcon with a 576 up on the board. So Dustin going to have to preach patience here and sit around for about almost 3.5 seconds before he's going to get the tree. Dan Piskacek, with the advantage off the starting line, turns that into a win light at the end of the track, going 920 on the 910, but he was 028 on the tree. Dustin Hunter, 057, breaking out with a 574 on the 576, trying to chase him down. So Dan going to move on into the round two of non-electronics. Bringing up Jessica Armstrong in the 75 Dodge. Armstrong family racing with an 847 up there against John Tabak in the S10 pickup with a 658 up on the board. Jessica making John's life very easy, going 093 to the red. She was very, very red. So Jessica handing the win over to John Tabak. John going 655 on the 658. He was 029 on the tree. He's going to move on to the second round. Eric Hansen, Kevin McCauley. Eric Hansen in the Dodge Dart here in the left lane. Kevin McCauley over there in the the Cutlass. McCauley with a 745 and Hansen with a 764 up on the board. Eric Hansen going to take that win light. It was 022 on the tree, 771 on the 764. Kevin McCauley 751 on the 745, but was 057, making his life hard off the tree there. Craig Johnson here with a 659 in the wagon. Andy Klosky with a 615. This is going to be a good race right here. A couple heavy hitters up in first round. Pretty close off the tree. Craig Johnson going to take the win, 661 on the 659. Andy Klosky 617 on the 615. Andy 028 to Craig's 019. So Craig had the lead from the tree there and held it. Took the win at the end. Bringing up Steve Baskerville in the 79 Malibu against Gordon Baxter. Baxter with a 548 up on the board. Baskerville with a 720. So Steve just purchased his car from Bill Wells not too long ago. So Steve Baskerville getting the win there was 070 on the tree. Gordon Baxter 242 on the light. Baskerville going 730 on the 720. Ben Myers Green here in the 83 Mustang with an 805 up there against Jim Stahl in the 2000 Mustang with a 679 up on the board. So Jim Stahl was 037 on the tree to Ben's 137. Jim Stahl going 679 with a 6 on the 679. Ben was 779, breaking out on the 805. Jim Stahl making that unnecessarily close. Josh Klosky in the 90 Blazer, 735 up there. Veronica Hodgson with a 742. Josh Klosky going to get the win, 737 on the 735. Veronica 754 on the 742. Veronica was 050 on the tree. Josh Klosky 112. But Josh Klosky going to take the win light there. It's going to bring up Rob Hodgson in the 67 Belvedere and Rebecca Powell in the 93 S10 Blazer over there. 670s, matching 670s up on the board. So Rebecca Powell going to move into the second round there, going 673 on the 670. Rob Hodgson was 670 on the 670, but he was 211 on the tree. Rebecca Powell with a 102. Jeff Whitworth here, doing double duty this weekend, racing his X275 Walter White Chevy 2. Also racing his 84 S10 pickup in the non-electronics category here. Jeff with a 598 up there. Matt Warner over there in the Merc with a 656. Very close off the tree. Matt Warner going to take the win. Jeff Whitworth was 031 to Matt's 029. So Matt with a slight advantage and carried that down track. Winning with a 658 on the 656. Jeff was 600 on the 598. So a close race. Sylvia Hoogston's here in the Mustang against Mal Patterson over there in the Acadian. Sylvia 759 on the board, Mal with a 654. This will be our last pair of non-electronics. Mal Patterson going to take the win. He was 005 on the tree, going 658 on the 654. Sylvia Hoogston's breaking out 754 on the 759. She was 035 on the tree. So that is going to move us into our electronics rad torque system electronics category here. First round of eliminations. Derek Shirk in the dragster, 436 up on the board, against Kristen Baxter in the Camaro over there with a 641 up on the board. Derek Shirk going 435 on the 436. 028 on the tree, breaking out but taking the win. Kristen Baxter also breaking out, going 641 on the 640. Bringing up our next pair, Jeff Alder, 652 up there. Colt Morin over there in the dragster with a 484. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make a call for door slammers, Canada West door slammers. We'll get you down to the staging lanes for round 2 of eliminations, please. That's right, Canada West door slammers, round 2 of eliminations. Please come on down to the staging lanes to be laddered. Colt Morin getting the win, going 484 on the 484, 035 on the tree. Jeff Alder was 655 on the 652, was 133 on the tree. It's going to bring up Mark Muscant, 77 Monza, against Emma DeBree Coos in the dragster over there. Emma with a 534 and Mark with a 648. Mark Muscant, big advantage off the tree there, was 015 to Emma's 059. Mark going 652, breaking out on the 652 on the 648. Emma broke out 531 on the 534. It's bringing up Kevin McNichol in the Chevy 2 against Lincoln Rutherford in the Buckshire 71 Ford over there. 605 for Lincoln on the board, 623 for McNichol. McNichol taking the win there. 624 on the 623 was 008 on the tree. Lincoln Rutherford going red with a 003 to the red. So Brody Soares in the 2003 Cavalier against Jim Banky in the 67 Plymouth. Jim with a 641 and Brody with a 490. Jim Banky going to take the win there, going 644 on the 641. He was 018. Brody Soares was 492 on the 490, but 044 on the tree. Brad Vingy in the 68 Camaro against Gord Hidber in the 63 Chevy 2. Gord with a 595. Brad Vingy with a 683 up there. Brad Vingy going to take the win, going 685 on the 683. Brad was 076. Gord with a 093. Gord was 602 on the 595. So James Rutherford in the 49 Ford here with a 504 up on the board against Matt Marshall in the 1970 Nova. Marshall with a 538 up on the board. So we have called Canada West Door Slammers down to the lanes for their next round of eliminations. You guys should be down there getting laddered up. We are going to put non-electronics on a standby. Non-electronics, you're on standby. So Matt Marshall going to get the win, going 539 on the 538. Identical reaction times. James Rutherford was 032 with a 1. Matt Marshall, 032 with a 1. James Rutherford breaking out, going 503 with a 5 on the 504. Which will bring up G-Van Brar in the right lane in the dragster against Mike Bucky Stewart here in the left lane in the Super Chiclet, 67 Chevy 2. Bucky with a 640 up on the board. G-Van with a 499. G-Man going 001 red. So Bucky going to move on to the next round. He was 022, 642 on the 640. G-Van was 501 on the 499, but as I said, was 001 red. So John to back up here. John to back up. Terrible. Against Shaylin Svetic in the dragster. John with a 656 up on the board. Shaylin with a 560. Shaylin going to hand the win over to John to back with a red light. She was 033 red. John 047 to the green, 655 on the 656. Shaylin going 562. So John getting through both first round of non-electronics and electronics on 2 red light wins. Jason Gibson here in the 91 Mustang. 614 up on the board against Aaron Young in the dragster, 493 up there. Two green lights, and Jason Gibson probably not going to mess that one up. Was 039 on the tree. Aaron Young, 123. Aaron Young breaking out, 492 with a 4 on the 493. Jason Gibson was 614 with a 7 on the 614. It's going to bring up our next pair. Brad Powell in the dragster, 461 up on the board against Dan Rodrigue in the dragster with the 451 up on the board. Brad Powell was 033. Daniel Rodrigue with a slight advantage off the starting line was 022, but 452 with a 7 on the 451. Brad Powell 461 with a 5 on the 461. Brad Powell going to take the green light and move on into the next round. Bringing up Craig Johnson again in the wagon, 658 against Greg Dowdy in the dragster. Greg with a 507 up there. Craig Johnson going to get the win, 658 with a 4 on the 658. Greg Dowdy was 508 on the 507, but Craig was better on the tree, 025 on the light to Greg's 040. Dustin Hunter back up in the Falcon, 64 Ford Falcon, 572 up on the board against Jeremy Soares in the dragster, 464. Jeremy Soares having himself a real good weekend. Won electronics in the first race. Took home the win in top comp. About $9,500 richer right now. Let's see if he can stack some more checks on day 2 here. Dustin Hunter going to get the win and end the day for Jeremy Soares. Dustin was 573 on the 572, double 05 on the tree. Jeremy was 013, 464 with an 8 on the 464. Margin of victory at the end of the track is double 02. So non-electronics, you are on standby. Non-electronics, you are on standby right now. I know you guys just finished electronics, but you're not on standby yet, but you will be back up again fairly soon-ish, in which we will be moving into our final round of Pro Mod after that, followed by E2 of Top Fuel Harley, semifinals of Outlaw 275, semis of Limited Street, and then moving back into box and no box. So just a quick drag of the track here, clean up of the surface. We'll be moving into round 2 of Canada West Door Slammers action. that's going to move us into round 2 of Canada West Door Slammer action. Jay Syverson here in the Black Betty Durango against Paul Stretch in the 2002 Cavalier. Big advantage to one driver here. That driver going to take the win light. Jay was double 04 on the tree, 775 on the 771. Paul Stretch was 123, 716 on the 715. So Jay going to move on into round 3 of Canada West Door Slammer action. Bringing up Rod Leclerc and Jan Christensen. Rod Leclerc in the left lane in the Camaro, Jan over there in the Nova, or Chevy 2. I'm sure he'll correct me after he watches this. Rod with a 673 up on the board, Jan with a 852. So Rod Leclerc going to take the win. Going 025 on the tree with 675 on the 673. Little celebratory dance down there. Jan Christensen was 043, 856 on the 852. We're going to bring up Mike Kenworthy and Mike Bedsworth, battle of the mics. But we are going to have to take a short break here. Hold the cars as we've got, I like to call it, some sprankles. And not the kind you put on a Sunday, the kind we don't like. So we're just going to wait a few minutes here and see what Mother Nature decides to do for us. Couple ugly clouds hanging out above us there. So if you can hear me in your truck there, Eric Halverson, big thanks for coming out and congratulations on going the 369. I believe that is a personal best for him. So much appreciated for you guys making the haul up here. Congratulations on that 69, buddy. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Non-electronics. We're going to make the call for non-electronics to the staging lanes, please. Non-electronics to the staging lanes. Electronics, you are on standby. We're also going to put out a standby call for ProMod and Top Fuel Harley. You're coming up here after non-electronics and electronics. So ProMod, Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on standby. Non-E, we've called you to the lanes. Non-electronics down to the staging lanes, please. Electronics on standby. So we're back to action here. Also, just a reminder to everybody and anybody out there, if you made it to a semifinal or further in any class, there's money for you. So if you've made it to a semifinal and or further in any class, there is money for you up in the tower. Please come to the second floor of the tower, pick up your checks. We hate mailing them. So yes, if you've made it to semifinal or further. And we jinxed it. We're not back. Sounds like we have a little bit more of a delay here. It's coming down a little bit harder up at the top end of the track, so we're going to go investigate that, and we will get back to you here with an update as soon as we know.
Well, I suppose it shouldn't really come as a big surprise. You know, the fact that we're going to have to put up with a little bit of Mother Nature. Hey, so the winner's circle is wide open. So for all classes that have finished, where we have determined a winner, please feel free to make your way down to the winner's circle. Bo is down there. We'd love to get your mug shot. Perfect kind of time, as we're all just kind of standing around doing nothing right now. So speaking of the winner's circle, as has become tradition here at Doorwarz, no trophies, just belts. So not really an update, but the fight continues. So we're not seeing a lot of volume, but it is just a little bit. So safety's preparing to fight harder. They're going to go hook up the blower to the quad. So just hang on, everybody. Think dry thoughts. And hopefully we'll be back at it very soon. So again, anybody that's already won this weekend, we'd love to get your mug shot in the winner's circle. I know Josh Klosky is in the staging lanes. He's a winner. Well, at this point, the little weather situation has degraded enough that we're going to send racers back to their pits. Best thing we can do is everybody make an effort to keep their cars dry. And as soon as the weather gods allow, we'll get right back at it.
So while we have this wonderful moment of downtime, I'm going to name call some people here that we have some checks in the tower for. There's a couple checks hanging around in the tower from previous race weekends. That would be Mr. Jay Severson, Mike Bedsworth, Poe Freeborn, Darren Buick, Mark Thompson, Max Nielsen, Chris Gould, Tyler Stamler. All have checks from previous weekends sitting up here if you want to come and grab them. We currently have checks up here for Rod Leclerc, Craig Johnson, Jeff Whitworth, Mal Patterson, Jeremy Soares, Mike Kenworthy, Mike Gonziola, Tyler Smith, Jeremy Soares, Craig Johnson again, Lincoln Rutherford, and Josh Klosky. So it appears that we are getting back to a positive place here as far as the ability to run cars down the track. I'm going to choose my words wisely here so I don't jinx anything. We are going to hold off a few more minutes here just to make sure we're all good before we get you guys back to the lanes. But the plan, just so everyone is aware, is that we're going to do non-electronics and electronics, and then we'll go in and finish the round of door slammers. So we're going to do non-electronics, then electronics, before we will finish the round of door slammer that we had started. And then after that, we'll move back into the regular rotation with Pro Mod, Top Fuel Harley, Outlaw 275, and Limited Street. But as I said, we're just going to wait a few extra minutes here, make sure everything is good out there and ready to go. And then we will be calling down the non-electronics guys back down to the lanes. But for now, just be on a standby. Okay, folks, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call. Non-electronics. Yes, non-electronics. We'll get you down to the staging lanes, please. Non-electronics, make your way down to the staging lanes. We will then do electronics. And as I mentioned, we will finish this round of Door Slammer after non-electronics and electronics. So for now, I just need non-electronics down to the staging lanes, please. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to call electronics now. Electronics. We'll get you back down to the staging lanes. Electronics down to the staging lanes, please. I'm going to test the theory. Al Morin, can you hear me down there? Ah, look at that. I guess everybody is deaf on the starting line because you can hear me. So shout out to the fans in the stands that hanging around through all of this. We appreciate you. We're going to be getting back to racing just very shortly here, and hopefully should be able to just keep cruising on here with a bunch of racing for you guys to enjoy. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I'm going to make the call for Canada West Door Slammers, our 4 pairs of cars. Canada West Door Slammers, we will get you back down to the staging lanes. We'll get you in lanes 5 and 6, please. Lanes 5 and 6 for Canada West Door Slammers, the remaining from round number 2 action. I'm also going to make the call for electronics, too. We're missing some of you. We're missing some electronics cars. So electronics, lanes 1 through 4, if you're not in the lanes, we're going to be running pretty quick here. We're back in action. We got no box, non-electronics in the water box here. Jeff Nyland in the S10 pickup against Eric Hansen in the Dodge. Jeff with a 676 up on the board. Eric Hansen with a 771. So Jeff Nyland going to take out Eric Hansen, getting the win in the S10 pickup. Was 031 on the tree. Eric was better with an 016, but breaking out with a 769 on the 771. Jeff with a 677 on the 676. Bringing up our next pair, John Tabak and Josh Klosky. John in the 89 S10 pickup. Josh in the 90 S10 Blazer over there. 656 for John, 736 for Josh Klosky. Josh Klosky coming off of his fresh Real Street win. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going here. Josh not going to get the win. John Tabak taking him out, going 655 on the double breakout, but was 015 on the tree. 655 with a 9 on the 656. Josh Klosky was 735 with a 5 on the 736. Matt Warner in the 66 Mercury against Mal Patterson in the 68 Acadian. Warner with a 660 up there, Patterson with a 658. So Mal Patterson lighting up the red light, going 065 to the red. Handing the win over to Matt Warner. So Matt Warner going to move on into the next round. 656 on the 660. It was 033 on the tree. Brandon Piskacek in the 90 Ford Mustang with an 846 up there against Jim Stahl in the 2000 Mustang over there with a 679. Jim Stahl with the advantage, 041 off the tree to 071 for Brendan. Turns it into a win light at the end of the track, going 679 with a 9 on the 679. Brendan was 845 with an 8, breaking out on the 846. So Jim Stahl going to move into the next round. Also just wanted to give Brendan Piskacek a congratulations for winning the bracket class at the BC Drag It Challenge. Steve Baskerville here in the 79 Malibu. 720 up on the board against Rebecca Powell in the 93 S10 Blazer with a 672 up there. So electronics cars, we should have you in the lanes right now. We've made the call for the remaining door slammers. Remaining 8 Canada West door slammers to come back on down. Rebecca Powell going to get the win, going 675 on the 672. She was 075 on the tree. Steve Baskerville with a bit of a sleepy light, going 729 on the 720. So Rebecca Powell going to move on to the next round. Craig Johnson here in the wagon, 660 against Dan Piskacek in the Bullet Mustang over there with a 912. Craig Johnson getting the win there, 027 on the tree, 675 on the 660. With that is the conclusion of our non-electronics category. We'll be moving into electronics next. So moving into electronics, Jason Gibson in the Mustang here against Colton Morin in the Dragster. Gibson with a 614 up on the board, Colton Morin with a 484. On the 484, 032 on the tree. Jason Gibson was 136, 614 with a 4 on the 614. Colt Morin going to move into the next round. Bringing up Brad Vingy here in the 68 Camaro against Matt Marshall in the 70 Nova. Marshall with a 538 up there, Vingy with a 685. Matt Marshall going to get the win, going 016 on the tree. Brad Vingy was 023, but Marshall 539 with a 4 on the 538. Vingy breaking out 681 with a 9 on the 685. Bring up Kevin McNichol in the Chevy 2. 623 up there on the board. Mark Muscant in the 77 Monza with a 650 on the board. Two very good reaction times, but one of them perfect. Kevin McNichol with a trip zip with a 6. So Kevin McNichol getting the win, going 624 on the 623. Moving on to the next round, Mark Muscant also with an 010, great light, but breaking out with a 648 on the 650. So Jim Banky in the 67 Plymouth, going to be racing against Brad Powell in the dragster. Jim with a 641 and Powell with a 461. A little bit of number dyslexia there. So Jim Banky getting the win. 643 on the 641 was 033. Brad Powell was 030, but 464 on the 461. So Jim Banky going to move on to the next round. John Tabak against Mike Bucky Stewart here. Tabak with a 656 up there. Bucky with a 640. John Tabak getting the win against Bucky. 656 on the 656 was 033. Bucky was 640 on the 640, but also 078 on the light. So the race was won on the starting line, basically. Bring up our last pair here in electronics. One more single afterwards, but our last pair of cars. Derek Shirk in the dragster against Craig Johnson in the wagon. Craig with a 657, Shirk with a 435. Derek Shirk taking the win, going 437 on the 435, was 027 on the tree. Craig Johnson was 028, breaking out 656 on the 657, so a fantastic drag race there. Dustin Hunter here with the single in electronics, 573 up there on the board in the 64 Ford Falcon. So Pro Mod, you guys are on standby. Top Fuel Harley, you're on standby. We'll be calling you down very shortly. Outlaw 275 Limited Street, you guys are also on standby. Hey, Andy, I kind of feel like Josh could probably take that L off the back of that thing. I don't think he's a learner. Well, I know he's got a learners, but I don't think he's a learner. Congrats. So we're rolling back into Door Slammers action here. Picking up where we left off, we got Otto Schulte, Peter Lucanis. Otto in the left lane in the Cavalier, Peter in the 55 Chevy there in the right lane. Otto with a 756, Peter with a 759. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're gonna make the call. Pro modified. We're gonna get a Pro Mod final. Pro Mod final round down to the staging lanes, please. Top Fuel Harley, you can also make your way down to the staging lanes for your semi-final. So Pro Mod final and Top Fuel Harley. 275 and limited. We'll be calling you very, very shortly here. So Otto Schulte going to take the win there. 022 on the tree. 760 on the 756. Peter Lucanis, 760 on the 759, but was 060 on the tree. So Otto Schulte with the big advantage there and turned it into a win light at the other end of the track. George, man, you're going to have to go back and have a talk with Peter. So Henry Zacharias going to get the comp single here. Cam Shantz, unfortunately, unable to fire the car. So Henry's going to get a bit of a free pass here. 765 up on the board. So Henry Zacharias going 771 on the 765, was 169 on the tree. It's going to bring up our next pair, Poe Freeborn in the Shelby Mustang. 712 up on the board against Brian Ritchie over there in the 68 Chevelle. Brian Ritchie with a 786. So our door slammer ladder shaking out like this. Rod Leclerc going to have Otto Schulte. And the winner of that will get themselves a bye into the finals. The winner between Poe and Brian Ritchie going to end up with Henry Zacharias. And Jay Severson still waiting to figure out if he's going to be running Bedsworth or Kenworthy. day comes to an end. He goes double 0-2 red. So Brian Ritchie 0-22 to the green, going to take the win, going 785 on the 786. Brian Ritchie will move on against Henry Zacharias. We have back up Kenworthy, Mr. Mike Kenworthy, and Mike Bedsworth. The battle of the Mikes. Mike Kenworthy with an 823 up on the board. Bedsworth with a 709. So Kenworthy had quite the day yesterday and today, making it to the final round of Top Comp. Ended up runner-up, but he's looking to keep that momentum rolling in Door Slammer here and see what he can do. Mike Bedsworth going to get the win there, going 7-11 on the 709, was 0-12 on the tree. Kenworthy was 0-23, but went 8-27 on the 823. So Mike Bedsworth going to move on. He will face off against Jay Severson in the quarterfinals of Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammer action. Fumbling on my words a little bit. Sorry, folks. So Glenn Monahan with a test pass here. Had some issues this weekend with his transmission, his torque converter, so he's got a new one in there. Just wants to make sure everything is working and good before he puts it away in the box before next race. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, Outlaw 275. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes as well as Limited Street. So Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. You can make your way down to the staging lanes for your semifinal. We have our Pro Mod final back there. Scott Blake and Nick Duda. Turbo small block versus a very large cubic inch nitrous motor. Followed up by our Top Fuel Harley semifinals. Austin Christopher with a bye, and it will be Nate Gagnon and Jim Schellenberg. So I'm just going to give a little shout out to our watchers, our people watching on the live stream right now. If you're watching and you're not subscribed, first of all, like, come on. Second of all, we're 17 subscribers away from 7,500. So if you're watching and you're not subscribed to our live stream, you should probably subscribe to it. And if you're sitting in the stands and you're not subscribed to our live stream, go on YouTube, MRP Lordco TV, give us a follow, give us a subscribe. We would very much appreciate it.
So pop back up to the tower here for just a little bit. Pro Mod final round coming up. Nick Duda and Scott Blake. Nick Duda is going to be in the right lane, sporting just 393 cubic inches. Scott Blake over here in the left lane with about 2.5 times that many cubes. Twin turbo on the Corvette. Whole bunch of nitrous on the Camaro. And they get the signal to fire them up. Here we go. Final round action, Doorwarz 14. Brought to us by Big Steel Box. And the burnouts are done. So after listening to Scott Blake do his burnout, it's almost like you put ear protection on to listen to Nick Duda do his. Scott Blake, absolutely gorgeous car, tower side of the racetrack. When it comes to a 69 Camaro Pro Mod body, there's a few different styles out there. Gotta say, I'm a big fan of the skirted fender body style. Scott Blake purging the nitrous systems down to just exactly where he wants them. Bottle pressure, a big part of the tune-up on a nitrous car. So in my personal opinion, Scott Blake earned some style points by finding the pre-stage beam all by himself. I like that. Turbo car going in first. That's not the norm. A pedal for Scott Blake and a win light for Nick Duda. How about 380, 199.56 miles an hour. Almost had that little small block going 200. Scott Blake had a better number to 60 foot. But that was the only one. Nick Duda had the starting line advantage. He was ahead at 330, and he was well ahead at the finish line. Again, 380, 199 miles an hour for the Performance World Corvette and the win here at Doorwarz 14. Nick Duda taking home the belt. Congratulations, guys. Nicely done. Congrats as well to Scott Blake and team. A very nice showing, to say the very least. So there we go, Pro Mod final. Nick Duda over Scott Blake. So Dana Meeks coming up for what will be potentially his final run his attempt to relicense in Top Fuel Harley Davidson. So almost earned the license last night, however, did not go fast enough. Dana Meeks, a formerly licensed rider, hence why he just has to go through the renewal process. A little bit shorter process than somebody earning the license for the first time. To be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure how quick he needs to go to make this count. Just about right out the back door. How about 7:04, 179 miles an hour? That was looking pretty good. Bike slowly making its way over towards the wall, but he was able to keep it close enough to the center. Now, it looked to me like he got out of the throttle just before the finish line. So 7:04 at 179 is good enough. Dana Meeks is now a bona fide licensed Top Fuel rider. So we are down to 3 bikes. Top Fuel Harley Davidson. Austin Christopher with the bye. He's an automatic player in the final, where he will face either Nate Gagnon or Jim Schellenberg. So we have fire. Once again, Austin Christopher, Fast Lane Racing would like to thank Radar Collision for coming on board this weekend at Doorwarz 14. Also want to thank Redline Oil, Bessie Marine, Coldwater Spirits, Tedco Electric, Maximum Collision in Abbotsford, Hammer Time Sheet Metal, Fraser Truck and Trailer Repair, and Road End Farms. Fast Lane Racing, #1 qualifier. Ron Howney, a legend in the sport of Top Fuel Harley Racing, an innovator, designed and built the V60 platform that is become very common in the world of Top Fuel Harley Davidson racing. Front wheel didn't hit the ground till about 1,000 feet. And I think at that point, he got off the gas because he was doing just 185 at 1,000 while he was doing 207 at the 8th mile. So while not a full pull, still sub 650, went 643 with a 4. So Austin Christopher will be back for the final round a little bit later on today. now Top Fuel Harleys, a pair. It's going to be Nate Gagnon for Big Kids Racing, Tower Side. Aboard Sonic. And it's going to be Rip It Up Racing's Jim Schellenberg over there in the right lane. Both riders give each other the nod that they're ready to start. Burnout's done, they roll up to the beams. Both bikes pre-staged. 4 bulbs, let's get it on. It's gonna be Nate Gagnon. How about 631, 219 miles an hour. Nate with a nice run here at 3 bikes. Again, 631, 219 miles an hour. So he upped it a little bit in the mile an hour department. And again, has been dancing around that very, very low 630 zone all weekend long with some bracket light consistency. So Nate doing 208 miles an hour at 1,000 feet. 8-mile numbers were 414 at 185. So it's going to be Nate and it's going to be Austin. Should be a great final round. Looking forward to it. Now Steve Abusini going to make a little test hit on his CBR 1100. So interestingly enough, a motorcycle is the only vehicle in drag racing that does not have to legally stage under its own power. So I'm no expert, but it appears as though Steve's having a little bit of a shifting issue. So we did see a pretty good stream of smoke. I think that's purposeful. Often turbo combinations are set up to do that as soon as the guy gets off the throttle. Little oil line that feeds some oil to the turbo to keep it happy, cool and lubricated. So that sets up our final round in Top Fuel. Again, looking forward to seeing that. It's going to be Nate Gagnon, Big Kids Racing, and Austin Christopher for Fast Lane Racing. Hey, just something to note. Everybody tuned into the live stream. Apparently, we are 4 subscribers away from reaching 7,500 subscribers. So how about we get that done? There's got to be 4 of you out there currently watching that are not yet subscribed. Let's just take care of that now, and let's see 7,500 plus. So we're going to make a call now for non-electronics to the lanes. Non-electronics. This is your and my call to the staging lanes. Non-electronics, we need you back. And of note, we're on a ladder. So once again, non-electronics, this is your call to the lanes. Electronics, you're going to follow. Get ready to go.
Well, quick little update. We are at 7501. So listen, for everybody watching, there must be 2,499 of you out there that aren't subscribed that can get us to 10,000. But seriously, though, thank you to those who just subscribed. We really appreciate it. Wouldn't be able to do what we do with the live stream without you guys. And especially Lordco TV. Lordco Auto Parts for everything they do. So big thank you. We're going to be back to Outlaw 275 semifinal action just shortly here. We have made the call for non-electronics back to the staging lanes. Electronics, you are on standby. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for electronics. Electronics, we're going to call you down. Rad Torque Systems, electronics. We're going to make the call for you to get down to the staging lanes, please. So Justin Gallant in the Little Bruiser, 85 Mustang. Jeff Whitworth in the 63 Chevy Nova, both small block Ford powered. So on paper, Gallant with the advantage here, but we don't race on paper, so really anything can definitely happen. Jeff not far behind, though. Going a couple personal bests this weekend. I think he went a 4:27 last night. 4:29 earlier today. Got that thing moving. So Jeff going to try and be the giant killer here and take out Justin Gallant in the semifinals of our Doorwarz 14 action presented by Big Steel Box. This is our Building Automation Systems Outlaw 275 class. And this is going to be a fantastic drag race. And what proved to be a fantastic drag race, Justin Gallant getting the win, going 4:17. Jeff Whitworth with a 4:25, setting another personal best out there. Justin Gallant was 1:03 to the 60-foot, 0:58 on the tree. Jeff Whitworth was 0:48, so Jeff had the slight advantage off the tree. But then it was all Justin Gallant after that. So Justin Gallant going to move into the final round here for Outlaw 275, where he will either race against Chris Gould or Tyler Stamler. So Chris Gould and Tyler Stamler, teammates, racing each other here in the semifinals. Chris Gould in the 2017 Camaro. Current track record holder. I say that because there's some talk out there that Chris Gould went a 4:15, but he did do it in testing, and he did scale afterwards. I will mention that as well. But yes, Justin Gallant been the fastest in competition here at Mission Raceway Park and in the West Coast Outlaw Series with a 4:17. Chris Gould in the 2017 Camaro in the left lane. Tyler Stamler in the 2000 S10 Mini-Me over there in the right lane. Both out of Alberta. Both regulars, both heavy hitters here in our 275 category. And in one of the weirder ones there, Tyler Stamler getting the win, going 4:22. So Tyler Stamler was 0:31. Chris Gould was 184 on the tree, so Stamler with the advantage, both 109 to 60 foot. Chris Gould, though, 280 to the 330. Tyler Stamler, 282 to the 330. But ultimately, Stamler going 422 at 174. Gould going 426 at 162. Gould with the chutes out early. My guess would be he went to go reach for the scramble button, and he got the shoot button. So Tyler Stamler taking the win. He's going to move on into the final round where he'll face off against Justin Gallant in what will be a fantastic final round coming up probably about an hour from now. Bringing us into our limited street semifinal here, Max Nielsen in the 97 Mustang against Vanessa Richards in the 89 Fox Body Mustang over there. Vanessa nitrous-powered small block Ford. Max turbocharger, turbo-powered Ford motor as well. I'm going to say Max is going to go a 491. Vanessa's going to go somewhere in the 495 range. It's going to be one on the tree or lost on the tree, and it was. Max Nielsen going 046 red, but goes a 489. So Max just a little too quick on the button there, turning the red light on. Vanessa Richards going to get the win and go on to the final round where she will face off against Brad Thomas. So Vanessa with a 497, 110 to the 60 foot, was 041 on the tree. Max Nielsen with a 489 at 143 mile per hour was absolutely cruising, but turned on that red light. Brad Thomas with a freebie here is the class and track record holder in limited street. Pay attention in the pits. Door Slammer, you guys are going to be on standby. Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammer, you guys are on standby. Electronics use should be in the staging lanes. Yes, that's right. Electronics use should be in the staging lanes. So Brad Thomas bumping in. Let's go with the button. 015 on the tree. He's killing the light, but he spins the tires at the 60-foot. You know he was probably swinging for one there with the single in the semifinal. Gonna try some things, see what he can do. So Brad Thomas will meet up with Vanessa Richards in the final round of our Rocco's Diner Limited Street category, and what will be a fantastic final round as well. So we got some awesome final rounds coming at you here still. So Jeff Nyland here in non-electronics in the 85 S10 pickup against Rebecca Powell in the 93 S10 Blazer over there. Rebecca with a 674 up on the board, Jeff with a 676. And both of them go red, but Rebecca goes less red. So Rebecca Powell, 002 to the red, gonna take the win. 677 on the 674. Jeff Nyland was 011 to the red. 676 on the 676. Rebecca Powell going to move into the semifinals of non-electronics. It's going to bring up Matt Warner in the 66 Mercury and John Tabak in the S10 pickup over there. Warner with a 658, Tabak with a 655. John Tabak taking the win, also going to get himself a bye into the final round. John Tabak was 657 on the 655, 015 on the light. Matt Warner on the tree as well, 016. Both of them absolutely fantastic. But Warner breaking out with a 656 on the 658. So John Tabak going to move into the semifinals where he will get a bye into the final round of non-electronics. And Rebecca Powell is going to face off against either Jim Stahl or Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson in the wagon, 660. Jim Stahl in the Mustang with a 680 up there. The winner of this will race Rebecca Powell in the semifinals. Pay attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammer. Associated Tire Auto, Canada West Door Slammer. We're making the call for you. Canada West Door Slammers, you can make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Craig Johnson getting the win there, going 660 with a 9 on the 660. Craig Johnson was 015. Jim Stahl 014. So a great race on the street, on the tree. Jim Stahl going 683 at the end of the track on the 680. So Craig Johnson will move into the semifinal where he will race Rebecca Powell. John Tabak has himself a bye, a nice little bye into the finals in non-electronics. Going to bring up our bye here in electronics, Rad Torque System. Kevin McNichol in the 67 Chevy 2, 623 up there. Got the single because he went trip zip last round. He goes 021 to the red this time. Because he's on a single, it does not matter. He will be back. Derek Shirk in the dragster here in the left lane. 435 up on the board against Jim Banky over there in the right lane. Jim with a 642. The winner of this pair will face Kevin McNichol in the semifinal. Both drivers, Derek Shirk getting the win, double 07 on the tree. Jim Banky was double 02. Jim with a 644 on the 642. Derek with a 436 on the 435, taking the win. Moving on to the semifinals. Brings up Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon against Colton Morin in the dragster. Colton dialed in with a 484. Dustin Hunter with a 573. Colton Morin going to move into the semifinals, getting the win, going 485 on the 484, 031 on the tree. Dustin Hunter was 029, 574 with a 9 on the 573. So we're waiting on one pair left in electronics, Matt Marshall and John Tabak. John still in non-electronics and electronics currently, so give him a few seconds here to get back around to the lanes. So our final pairing here in Rad Torque Systems Electronics, John Tabak in the left lane, 656 up on the board. Matt Marshall in the right lane, 538 up there. So Matt Marshall taking out John Tabak, 538 on the 538 was 053. Tabak was 655, breaking out on the 656. So the dream of doubling down for John Tabak is no more, as he is out in electronics, but he is still in non-electronics. So he's going to do his best to see if he can take home the belt in non-electronics. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Non-electronics. We're going to make the call for non-electronics. Get you back down for the semifinal. So non-electronics semifinal. You can head on back down to the staging lanes. Electronics, you guys are on standby. So our first pair up here in Canada West Door Slammer quarterfinal action, Mike Bedsworth and Jay Severson. Bedsworth in the right lane in the 96 Olds Cutlass. Jay in the Dodge Durango here in the left lane. I will say Bedsworth's car is one of my absolute favorites in Door Slammer. Something about those mid-90s Cutlasses that were turned into pro stock cars just does it for me. So Bedsworth with a 709, Jay with a 774. Bedsworth absolutely chops that tree down, going double 08, taking the win, going 710 on the 709. Jay breaking out with a 772 on the 774. Jay was 067, so he was behind on the start, and he was chasing, breaking out, trying to get back around him. So Bedsworth going to move on into the semifinal, where he will face off against the winner of this matchup, Brian Ritchie or Henry Zacharias. Brian Ritchie in the 68 Chevelle here in the left lane, 785. Henry Zacharias in the 53 Corvette, 765 up on the board. So Henry Zacharias having some issues there. And Brian Ritchie getting the win, going 785 on the 785. Was 058 on the tree. Hank was also 058. But Brian Ritchie going to move on to the next round, where he will face off against Mike Bedsworth in the semifinal. Rod Leclerc and Otto Schulte here. Rod Leclerc in the left lane with a 673 up there. Otto Schulte with a 756. Rod Leclerc, number one qualifier. Otto Schulte featured on the Doorwarz shirt this year. So the winner of this pair is going to get themselves a nice little bye into the final round. Otto Schulte going to get the win, going 754 on the 756. Double breakout was 038 on the tree. Rod Leclerc 065. Rod Leclerc though going 669, nice, on the 660 or 673. Otto Schulte 754 on the 756. So Otto Schulte is going to get himself a nice little bye into the final round where he will face off against either Mike Bedsworth or Brian Ritchie. So we put Otto on the shirt. We might have to put Otto on the shirt again next year. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, Rad Torque Systems, Electronics. We're going to make the call for you. Rad Torque Systems, Electronics. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes, please. So our no box semifinal here, Craig Johnson in the 79 Malibu wagon, Rebecca Powell in the 93 S10 Blazer, slightly shorter version, kind of a wagon, not really. More of an SUV, but if you look at them side by side, it could pass as a wagon. Rebecca with a 677 up there on board, Craig Johnson with a 660. So Craig Johnson getting the win, 656 on the double breakout, 656 on the 660. Rebecca Powell, 668 on the 677, but she was red anyways, so Craig Johnson taking the win there. She went 014 to the red. Craig Johnson was 042 to the green. John Tabak with a nice little buy into the final round here, getting a free hit. So our final round going to be John Tabak and Craig Johnson in non-electronics, which is going to move us into our electronics semifinal here. So our electronics semifinal, Colton Morin in the dragster here in the left lane, Matt Marshall in the Nova in the right lane. Colton with a 485 up on the board. Matt Marshall with a 538. Colton Morin getting the win, going to move into the electronics final round. 484 on the 485, double breakout. Matt Marshall was 018 on the tree to Colton's 037, so Matt with the advantage off the starting line. but breaking out more, going 5:34 on the 5:38. So Colton going to move into the final round where he will face off against Derek Shirk in the Dragstore or Kevin McNichol in the Chevy 2. The winner here of this pair. Derek Shirk with a 4:36 up there, McNichol with a 6:24. And it is going to be Derek Shirk in the Dragster taking the win. 4:37 on the 4:36, was 0:18 on the tree. Kevin McNichol 0:33, breaking out, going 6:23 with an 8 on the 6:24. So Derek Shirk getting the win. He's going to face Colton Morin in an all Dragster electronics final here on Sunday at Doorwarz 14, presented by Big Steel Box. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to give you a few more minutes here, but we will get our non-electronics final round up as soon as possible here. So John Tabak, Craig Johnson will get you up as soon as you can here for the final round of non-electronics. As well, we will get our electronics final between Derek and Colton Morin as soon as they're ready. But Door Slammers, you guys are on a standby right now. I know you just ran not too long ago, so we're just putting you on a standby. We're going to give you some more time. And then Top Fuel Harley final, you will be up after the next rotation of Door Slammer here. And then we will do our Outlaw 275 and Limited Street final, followed by our Door Slammer final to close the day. So that's what the rotation looks like here. Almost at the end, we got our non-electronics final, electronics final, Door Slammer semi, Top Fuel Harley final, 275 final, Limited Street final, and our Canada West Door Slammer final, and then we are done. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronics final. John Tabak, Craig Johnson, non-electronics final. We're going to make the call for you. We're going to get you down to the staging lanes, please. Non-electronics final. Come on down to the lanes. So, well, we got some quiet here. I'm just going to tell you, if you made it to the semifinals in anything, you have money up here. So semifinals in anything, you've got money up here. We also have all the door slammer checks for those who have been eliminated already, ready to go. So if you made it to the semifinals in any class, there's money up here for you in the second floor of the tower. Come get it, please. Otherwise, we're going to sign the checks over to ourselves and we're going to buy Chinese food or something. I don't know. We're going to do something with it. We'll spend your money better than you will, so if you want to leave it, we'll figure it out. But otherwise, come and get your check, please. Attention in the pits. Electronics, we're going to give you a few more minutes, so don't worry, don't stress there, electronics. You guys are going to get a few more minutes back there. I am going to make the call for Canada West Door Slammers, Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers, semi-final. We'll get the Canada West Door Slammers semi-final down, please. Top Fuel Harley, final round. You can make your way down to the staging lanes. So Top Fuel Harley, you guys can make your way down to staging lanes for your final round. And Canada West Door Slammers will get you back to the staging lanes for your semi-final, please. Electronics will bring you up after Top Fuel Harley. 275 and limited, get your stuff ready to go. We're going to be calling you up shortly too. So John and Craig, you guys got about 3 to 4 minutes. 3 to 4 minutes left of him dragging here. So you can think long and hard about the number you want to put on there. It's going to be a 58. I'm just taking a wild stab here. The suspense is killing me. So our non-electronics semifinal. Hey, Top Fuel Harley guys, we got to run Door Slammer first. So, hey Ron, if you can hear me, we got to get the Door Slammers around you first. So John Taback in the S10 pickup against Craig Johnson in the wagon over there. Taback with a 655. Glad to see Craig took my advice and put a 658 on the window. We'll see if it works in his favor or not. It is going to be John Taback, 034 on the tree, 655 on the 655. Craig Johnson was 658 with a 2 on the 658. John was better on the tree, and that's where that was won. So John Taback is your Sunday Doorwarz 14 non-electronics champion. I'd like to say I gave him good luck by relieving his announcing duties for most of the day here today, but probably had nothing to do with it. So congratulations to John Taback for taking the win there, and also a big congratulations for Craig Johnson. My man went rounds, took home a win in another class this weekend, did an absolute fantastic job putting 658s up on the window. We love to see it. So we're going to roll into our Door Slammer semifinal action, Canada West Door Slammer semifinal action. Cam Shantz, if you can hear me in your motorhome there's a check up here for you. Don't drive away. Correct. Door Slammer will be up next. So it's going to be Brian Ritchie against Mike Bedsworth in the semifinal. Otto Schulte got himself a nice little bye into the final here. So Mike Bedsworth going to be in the right lane. Brian Ritchie here in the left lane. Ritchie in the 68 Chevelle. Bedsworth in the 96 Olds. Ritchie dialed in with a 784. Bedsworth with a 709. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics final. Colton Morin, Derek Shirk, we're going to call you down to the lanes. Electronics final, we're going to get you down to the lanes. 275 limited. You guys can also make your way down to the staging lanes too. Both these guys are on it on the tree, and it's going to be Bedsworth. Mike Bedsworth going 012 on the light, 709 with a 5 on the 709. Brian Ritchie was 788 on the 784, was 023. So Mike Bedsworth going to move into the final round here at Doorwarz 14, where he will face off against Otto Schulte. Otto got a nice little bye here into the finals. So I don't know if he's just going to break the beam or if he's actually going to run the thing. But I think he's actually going to make a hit here. Otto Schulte, 021 on the tree. Got the 754 up there, goes 755 with a 1. So Mike Bedsworth been an absolute killer on the tree and on the track today. Running the number all day. Fantastic lights. He's going to be in the final round against Otto Schulte. Otto Schulte, last year's Doorwarz winner for Door Slammer, so he's looking to go back-to-back on Doorwarz Door Slammer wins here. And Bedsworth's going to do the best he can to say, nope, that's not going to happen. So that brings us to our Top Fuel Harley final round. You're going to have Nate Gagnon in the left lane against Austin Christopher in the right lane. Two very evenly matched bikes here. Both guys going 5:30. Well, Nate going to 5:30. Austin going to 5:29 in qualifying. So right next to each other. And what's going to be a fantastic final round. will make the call again. Electronics, final round. Colton Bourne, Derek Shirk, electronics, final round. We'll get you down here, please. It is going to be Nate Gagnon taking the win. Austin Christopher was 0.55 on the tree. Nate was 0.61. Austin Christopher obviously having a little issue down track there, setting her down just about the 8th mile. Nate Gagnon keeping her going 6:27 at 218 miles per hour. So Nate getting the win in our Rad Torque Systems Top Fuel Harley category. And running an absolute stellar pass of 6:27 at 218 miles per hour. So next up will be our electronics final round. Colton Morin in the dragster against Derek Shirk in the dragster. So our final round here, Derek Shirk in the left lane, 436 up on the board. Colton Morin in the right lane, 484 up on the board. Brad Powell's so stressed out, he's just eating chips like he can't stop. Derek Shirk taking the win. Colton Morin, few too many energy drinks today apparently, going 034 red. So handing the win over to Derek Shirk. Derek Shirk was 017 on the tree, 440 on the 436. Absolute fantastic job. Derek Shirk is your electronics winner of Sunday here at Doorwarz 14, presented by Big Steel Box. Brad, you can put the bag of chips down. You don't got to stress eat anymore. It's all good. He won. So we have 3 final rounds left. We got 275, Limited Street, and Door Slammer, and then we are done. So they're just doing some track prep here for the 275 and Limited Street final round. Door Slammers are back in their pit cooling down, so we will give you some time. We'll call you back in a little bit here. So we are very close to running our 275 and limited street final here. But we're going to make a call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for our Door Slammer final. So Canada West Door Slammer final round. We'll get you back down to the staging lanes, please. Okay, so we've got our final rounds in 275 and limited street coming right at you. The tractor's on its last little pass here. It is the last time. Well, actually, I'm not going to say that. I'll hold back on that. So Derek, if you can hear me down there, we're just going to, Bo will come over after the final round in 275 and limited here to do the photos with you. So this is our Outlaw 275 final, presented by Building Automation Solutions. We have Justin Gallant in the left lane, Tyler Stamler in the right lane, Gallant in the Mustang.
All right, not bad. Here comes X75.
Stamler in the S10 pickup over there. So Gallant going a 417 in the semifinal. Tyler Stamler a 422. So this is going to be a very close race. Both pumping in. Tyler Stamler lighting the red light. Justin Gallant is your 275 winner and your new track record, class record, all record of West Coast Outlaw 275, going 4:14 with a 4 at 177 mile per hour. So there ain't no discussion anymore. Doesn't matter. Testing, no testing, competition, no competition. Justin Gallant is a bad man, going 4:14 with a 4. Taking the win here in Outlaw 275. Tyler Stamler having a fantastic weekend himself, setting some new personal bests and doing a fantastic job. Huge thanks goes out to the Stamler family for everything they do for this class as well. Great job, you guys. What a final round. We got Vanessa Richards here in the Fox Body Mustang, small block Ford, nitrous powered. Brad Thomas in the turbocharged Mustang over there. Brad Powell went from stress eating chips to stress drinking now. Vanessa was out on Brad Thomas, but Brad Thomas going to take the win. Vanessa forced to pedal it on a big wheel stand. So Brad Thomas going 499, taking the win here in Limited Street. Vanessa was 119 to the 60 foot on the back wheels, giving it a pedal. So Brad Thomas is your Doorwarz 14 champion in Rocco's Diner Limited Street. Unbelievable job by everybody. We have one final round left to go. Canada West Door Slammer, final round, and we are done. We got Otto Schulte and Mike Bedsworth back there. Well, this is the problem with the tower. You can't actually see what's going on back there. So we're still waiting on Mike Bedsworth. I just made an assumption. It's almost over, Brad. You can stop stressing now. It's almost over. You look stressed, buddy. You tell me you're not stressed, but that just means you're actually stressed. You ate that whole bag of chips, Brad. I watched you. So we got Otto Schulte, Mike Bedsworth back there, getting suited, booted, ready to go for our Door Slammer final round. I'm just going to recap what has been a absolute grueling weekend so far. Wednesday, we got a private rental. Wednesday, they should tell you, 36 degrees, cooking hot. Thursday, test and tune, everything goes great. Weather's nice, starts to cool down. Friday, Mission Raceway turns into a lake. Lake Mission, as we call it. Absolute torrential downpour here on Friday. Absolutely no racing happens. Saturday, we wake up to a little bit of showers in the morning, but what turned out to be a pretty damn nice day yesterday and a whole day of racing. We get through as much as we can. And Sunday, we finished it all off here, crowning some winners. Our Outlaw 275 champion this weekend, Justin Gallant, setting a new class and track record, 4:14 with a 4 at 177 mile per hour. Unbelievable job. Limited Street winner, Brad Thomas. Top Fuel Harley going to Nate Gagnon. Top Comp getting done by Jeremy Soares. Pro Mod being won by Nick Duda. Non-electronics on Saturday being taken by Craig Johnson. Electronics on Saturday. Jeremy Soares winning 2 classes this weekend. Triple Index, Jan Christensen, our winner. Real Street, Josh Klosky taking it home in that little S10 Blazer. Electronics on Sunday here. Derek Shirk getting the win in the final round against Colton Morin in the dragster. Non-electronics winner on Sunday, John Tabak. So what has been a phenomenal weekend of racing so far with one final round to go. We are almost there, folks. So, well, we got a moment of silence here. We will be locking the east gate at 8 o'clock. You will have to exit out of the west gate, we call it. So if you are here after 8 o'clock, you'll have to exit out the west gate. We will have signage to direct you and cones in place. Well, here it is, folks. Here it is. The final of the day. Otto Schulte in the left lane in the 2005 Cavalier. 755 up on the board. Mike Bedsworth over there in the right lane. 708 up on the board. Both these guys been a killer today on the tree. Absolutely. Both nailing it, running the dial, doing fantastic jobs. It's going to be a great final round. This is going to be a good final round. And Bedsworth gets it done on the double breakout. Otto Schulte was 010, Bedsworth 011. Otto Schulte with the slightest of advantage off the starting line, but the double breakout, Schulte going 753 on the 755. Bedsworth was 707 on the 708. So Mike Bedsworth taking the win here in Associated Tire Auto Canada West Door Slammer at Doorwarz 14. Bedsworth was on it all day long. We were just talking about it up in the tower here. Absolutely nailing the tree every single round on the dial. Fantastic job. Great job to both Otto Schulte and Mike Bedsworth.
Because, like,
So Austin Christopher earlier this weekend setting a new world record on this bike, 5:99 in the quarter mile. Looking to hopefully do it again here. They want to back it up. They want to do it again. Maybe even go faster. Who knows? But Austin Christopher will be the last down the track tonight on this little Kawasaki bike. The fastest in the world at a 5:99. Oh, and he does it. He backs it up. 5:99 with a 2. So Austin Christopher, 2 times now, 5:99. The fastest Kawasaki in the world out there. Absolutely unreal job by the Christopher family. 5:99, 233 mile per hour. They set the world record. They back it up. There ain't no debate. That thing is the fastest. And that is it, folks. That's it. That's all. We are done. What has been a long and interesting weekend with the weather, we managed to pull through and get it done. And we are here at Mission Raceway. Doorwarz 14, presented by Big Steel Box, is complete. We thank everybody who made it out, racers, fans, everybody watching online. We appreciate everybody. This would not be possible if it weren't for all of you. So thank you so much, and we will see you next time. So before I shut this thing off for the night, I'm just going to remind everybody, if you made it to a semifinal or further, there's a check for you in the tower as well. Please come on down to the winner's circle for your winner photos. Nick Duda, Justin Gallant will get you down here for some winner circle photos, please, and thank you.